All right. Good morning, everyone. We're live from Council Chambers. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to the ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And we are on to our panel 5. We have one additional, oops. You have the name, Richard?
Yes, I believe their name is Abdul Abbasi. They registered overnight.
Okay, we have one person on panel 5, additional person. Here we go, I got it. In favor. Abdul Abbasi from University of Alberta Student Union in person. Abdul, are you there? Here? Well, while we wait for Abdul, they may come. I just want to once again make some introductory remarks before we begin our discussion. I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees and everyone else. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meetings includes making disrespectful comments, directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. With that, I will check if Abdul Abbasi is joining us in person or virtually. If not, we are going to carry on to...
Sorry, Mayor, so we can do a point of order just for a roll call. I don't know if we've actually had
we haven't done the roll call. Oh,
most of us are here in person, but just in case.
Oh, yeah, of course. Thank
Plus,
you.
I'd like to say good morning to everyone.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Councillor Wright.
Good morning, Mayor Zoe.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Fay.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Plaquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. All right. Abdul Abbasi is not here. We'll go to panel number 6. In opposition, I will read the names and see if people are here. Idiko Jones in person. Please, you'll be number 1. Yeah, the far seat there. You'll be speaker number 1. Nicholas Rubottom.
Good morning. I'm online.
Thank you. You'll be speaker number 2. Chelsea Jersak. Number 3. Chelsea, are you there?
Morning.
Thank you. Dave Onishenko, joining remotely.
Yep, present. Thank
He'll
you.
be number 4. Cameron Gertz, in person. Cameron Gertz. No. Christine Watts, joining remotely. Christine Watts. Oh, you're in person? Okay, please come join us. You will be number 6. Sheila Fimaster, in person. You'll be number 7. Marcus Wilhelm, in person. Marcus Wilhelm, in person or remote? No. Wanda Banas, in person or remote? No. Elaine Souls, there you are, Elaine. You'll be speaker number 10. Julia Parker has withdrawn. John Collier, in person. Please come down. You'll be speaker number 12. And Melanie Polishuk, in person. Melanie Polishuk, in person or remote? No.
No, I'm here. I'm remote today.
Oh, okay, got it. You're there. That's Melanie, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we will start with Ideko Jones. Please go ahead.
Mic on? Okay.
Yes,
good.
it is on. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the district policy and plans. In particular, my concern is the proposed 50% of all trips will be walking, rolling, or transit within one's district or 15-minute community, as seen on the promotional video. We heard this from several other speakers as well yesterday. Also concerning, along with the 50% of all trip statements, is the slide presented by the planners yesterday morning showing the list the city plans ambitious targets. 2 of them being 1, 50% of trips made by transit and active modes, and 2nd, net per person greenhouse gas emissions are 0. From these 2 together and not clearly defined, the question does come to mind about the limitations of mobility using personal vehicles and how that might change as we grow towards 2 million people. While appreciating Councillor Knack's addressing this yesterday and identifying this is not the case in the city plan, it needs to be clearly stated in the district plan as well, or it leads to misinterpretation, speculation, and erodes trust. Along with that, it should not be allowed to be amended in the future using friendly words with a different intent behind it. As an example of that, during the zoning bylaws public hearings, a motion was put forth to disincentivize single detached housing. After several discussions, it was suggested for the motion to be restated to a more friendly statement, that being to incentivize multi-dwelling housing. The original intent is still behind the restated motion, that being disincentivizing single detached dwellings. The reinstated motion was carried 8-5. So, Mr. Mayor and Council, please ensure that the 50% trip statement is clearly defined, including the mobility within and outside the community and districts, including both gas and alternative powered vehicles, as Edmontonians deserve clarity. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Nicholas Rubottom.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Nicholas Rubottom, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Infill Development in Edmonton Association, or IDEA. First, I would like to acknowledge the engagement opportunities provided by the city, as well as the crucial role of input in shaping our urban landscape. City Plan and Zoning Bylaw 20001 are the result of inclusive and thoughtful planning outcomes generated from a committed and responsive engagement process. IDEA's position is that the city plan, along with the zoning bylaw, together provide the necessary tools for informed land use decision-making and infrastructure investment. These documents have set and are setting a strong foundation for guiding Edmonton's growth in a sustainable and strategic manner. When it comes to district plans, while we appreciate the efforts made, we believe there is still room for improvement. The draft district plans we have before us today do not support the implementation of city plan in the way I think we all envisioned, nor do they address the housing challenges of a city growing faster than expected. The key issue is that the district plans are written to be considerably more restrictive than the city plan, which has been our guiding document for the last 4 years. We believe that city plan is functioning well as an overarching strategic document, and that with the repeal of ARPs, city plan and zoning bylaw 20001 will allow us to have fulsome discussions about land use and infrastructure decisions. If council proceeds with the plans, we have proposed changes we still believe need to be made to reduce complexity and confusion. First, the current policy supports small-scale housing and low-rise development in certain instances outside nodes and corridors, but also needs to accommodate mid-rise development in context-appropriate areas. Related to this, the maps would be more effective with visual representation of transitional areas. Introducing a gradient to indicate a gradual transition from nodes and corridors to surrounding smaller scale areas is needed. My colleague Chelsea Jerzak will speak more to this in her presentation. Second, following the implementation of Zoning Bylaw 20001, we have noticed a need for clearer definitions in the district general policy. Specifically, the term small scale in the general policy should refer to both 3 stories and 12 meters. This is important given that there is a height discrepancy between the small scale infill zone, RS, and the greenfield zone, RSF. My colleague Dave Onoshenko will speak more to this in their presentation. Given these unresolved issues and the fact that the city plan and zoning bylaw are working so well together, we believe it's time to repeal the ARPs and reevaluate the necessity of the district plans and consider whether the resources dedicated to this project could be better allocated to initiatives with a more significant impact on our city's growth and development. To conclude, IDEA urges Council to either put the district plans on hold or make significant improvements before moving forward. We need plans that reflect our current city development practices and maintain alignment with the city plan. Without substantial revisions, the district plans will continue to fall short of their intended purpose and hinder the progress of our urban development. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, as well as my colleagues. The presentations of my colleagues today will outline how the lack of alignment is already impacting our industry. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Chelsea Jerzak.
Good morning. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak, and I'm the founder of Situate. And I'm here today speaking on behalf of IDEA about the district plans. So the draft plans have been with us now for a bit of time, enough time to have taken them for a test drive to see how they work. And unfortunately, our opinion at this time is that the plans, as written, make Edmonton's land use policy framework a lot more complicated than it needs to be. So to illustrate this, I'm going to talk about a rezoning application that Situate made in Prince Rupert that came to public hearing on December 11th of 2023. I think this example will highlight some of the confusion and lack of clarity in interpreting both the district plan maps and the written policy. Next slide. So the application in Prince Rupert was to rezone a small apartment building to RA8, now RM H23, And the application was approved by council, although it was not supported by administration because it was deemed to be too far from a node or corridor. So for context, the site is just over 2 blocks from the 111 Avenue primary corridor. And according to city plan, primary corridors are 3 to 5 blocks wide. So that means that the site could be considered to be within the corridor. In addition, the site was located across the street from a park and surrounded by RA7 zoned apartment buildings. So a couple of things have changed in the draft plan since this application was made. So I'm going to quickly walk through the policy review process that we would undertake if we were to make this application today. Next slide, please. So the first step would be to consult the district plan map. This map is found on page 24 in the central district plan. In this case, the map still shows that the site is outside the primary corridor boundary, indicating that the rezoning is not supported. The site is shown with the little yellow dot on the map, if you can make that out. Next slide, please. Next, we would flip over to a second document, the district policy, and find policy 2525 on page 27 of that document, which you can see on the slide. So policy 2525 supports low-rise housing in some areas outside of nodes and corridors, but as this particular application was for a 6-story building, it's considered mid-rise, so the rezoning still would not be supported at this location. Next slide, please. Finally, we would examine policy 2526, which is new in this latest draft of the plans. This could potentially support additional height at this location according to the criteria. However, the exact meaning of additional height is unclear, and it is unknown whether the preceding policy 2525 has to be met in order for 2526 to be considered. So this is a complicated process that leads to a confusing result, even for someone who works with planning documents on a regular basis. Next slide. So we think that there's 2 things that could simplify the interpretation process. The first is to modify urban mix policy 2525 to support both low-rise and mid-rise development in context-appropriate areas. As we've seen in this Prince Rupert example, as well as other examples over the last few months, there are many areas outside the lines of the district plan nodes and corridors that make sense for mid-rise redevelopment. So our suggested changes on the slide here, as well as included in the letter that IDEA submitted on May 17th. Next slide, please. Our other suggestion is to adopt a gradient for transitional areas around nodes and corridors, which would visually show a transition from higher density areas to surrounding smaller scale developments. We believe that this approach would provide clearer direction and help to reduce the confusion caused by the colored boundaries on the current district plan maps. It's also important to note, I think, that the corridor widths in the district plans are rarely the maximum width of 5 blocks as envisioned in city plan. So a visual gradient might allow the corridor widths to align more closely with city plan. So in the end, we might have maps that look something like the maps on the right-hand side of the slide. There's also some suggested wording for a motion about this in IDEA's submission from May 17th. Next slide, please. So just to quickly wrap up, if council does decide to move forward with the plans, please consider making some changes to the urban mix policy and the district plan maps. We believe that these modifications would help maintain the effective and adaptable planning framework that we currently have in place under City Plan and Zoning Bylaw 20,001. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Dave Onishenko.
Great. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Dave Onishenko. I am the principal and founder of Clarity Development Advisory. We're an urban planning firm here in Edmonton, and I'm a director at large on IDEA's board. I want to focus on urban mix policy, and as was alluded to before, getting some of that right. Next slide. So this is obviously, we've been using draft district plans in a professional capacity over about the past year. Next slide. And that's been through administration as part of the file circulation review and by my team as a lens to look at current and prospective projects through, in addition to the other guidelines we have, that being city plan and zoning bylaw. The biggest problem, as has been alluded to, it doesn't fully integrate with the city plan, which we think is a great document in addition to the new zoning bylaw. The precision and hard lines of the district plans, but lack some of the quantifiable metrics and definitions, for example. We feel that what we have is working, and district plans are going to create additional red tape amendment requirements that mean more work for us, but more confusion and costs for our clients and for development of the city. Next slide. I want to speak a bit about, I want to focus in on small scale development. Sorry, next slide there. The ambiguity of the current definition of small scale is causing a bit of confusion and lack of alignment, specifically saying buildings 3 stories or less. So this doesn't quite align with zoning bylaw 2001, specifically where there are quantifiable measurements, and it's exclusionary to some potential zones, as I'll show you in an example. We suggest adding the actual height measurement of 12 meters, which would align with some of the zones, specifically RSM H12, which is defined as part of the small medium scale transition zone, and in the definition is considered small scale. Finally, three-story buildings, in discussions with our clients, with builders and everything, really don't work at 10.5 meters. And at 12 meter height is what is needed. So to align with both, we strongly suggest adding 12 meters to that. Next slide. Finally, as we see in 2.5.2.4, there is support for small scale housing in urban mixed areas outside the nodes and corridors, and gives illustrative examples of housing typologies that shows building heights, typologies and lot coverages that could only work in zones outside of RS, such as RSM H12. Next slide. I want to show you a recent example of how this policy is causing confusion through a recent application of ours. So we had a pre-application for proposed rezoning to RSM H12 in the Riverdale neighborhood for additional height, 12 meters instead of 10.5, and additional lot coverage for a creative multi-unit development. This site's found in a vibrant mix of uses and densities and housing typologies. It's directly south of another RSM H12 townhouse complex and on the same avenue, just to the east of a multi-unit development built to 4 stories, so an RMH16 scale. Next slide. It sits adjacent to an alley. Its length is flanked by the rear of other small-scale housing lots. And so for all intents and purposes, the proposed zone would and should contextually fit and meet the objectives within the policies of the urban mixed small-scale development, but it didn't, with feedback we got from administration. Now, in full transparency, these conversations, they're still ongoing, but the feedback we got is it doesn't fit with the draft policy of small scale, and it would have to meet some other criteria for additional height. This is problematic. This is a zone that was created and is going to be shelved for a couple nodes and corridor spots only if we don't address this. Next slide. So along with that, as Chelsea alluded to, we suggest amendments to policy 2.5.2.6 to allow for flexibility in contextually appropriate areas, reducing the number of criteria for additional height from 2 to 1, and increasing the setback for mass transit stations from 400 to 600 meters, which is a 7.5-minute walk. We believe that these changes allow for increased flexibility in contextually appropriate areas and allow for that evolution of that urban mixed area. Next slide. So in summary, I wanted to say, obviously, we think that what we have now is working. However, we recommend some of these changes go back to administration before passing this, including adding quantifiable metrics to some of the definitions, specifically small scale, but also some others, but with actual measurements that align with city plan, and some amendments to 2.5.2.6 and others, as my colleagues had mentioned. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Christine Watts, joining remotely. Oh, you're in person, yes, please. Yeah.
Good morning, Mayor Soy and councillors. Thank you for being here to listen. The last-minute add-on of District Policy 2526 left lots of people scrambling in the last 3 weeks to inform the Park Island community, me included, about the new changes being proposed, and to give us an opportunity to participate in a survey they created. Despite the huge impact this new policy would have on Scona District, the city has not ensured that there was sufficient public engagement across all of the neighborhoods affected. In Park Island, we were lucky that there were members available to dedicate their time to ensure that we had an opportunity to be informed and have our voices heard with the use of their survey. It was a huge effort, and our community was fortunate to have experienced people who could pull this off in a short time. The survey questions were designed with the help of an experienced market researcher and analyzed by a data analyst. To get the information in the survey out to as many Park Allen residents as possible, they emailed the 497 community members registered to receive Park Allen e-news, posted on social media, used a blog on our Park Allen website, and in addition, flyers and a map with the survey link were posted in numerous spaces and delivered to properties identified for possible future Park Allen rezoning. 111 people responded to the survey. Though not a direct question in the survey, at least 12 respondents wrote that we need more consultation. As one survey respondent expressed, public feedback is critical. We elected city officials to represent us, and you need to listen to our voices and consult with the people that would be affected before making any decisions. One comment I heard was, why did everyone get something in their mailbox about the parking restrictions, but nothing about this? 82% of our 111 respondents disagree with proposed district policy 2526. After compiling the results, we found we had 27 single-space pages of comments. A draft compilation of the results were mailed to you yesterday afternoon. I have no time to present the results here, but they indicate that a lot of people realize there is a need to increase the housing units, and they believe it could be done in a much more thoughtful and beneficial way than this sweeping proposal. A way that would limit the losses that current residents will experience and still provide a substantial increase in housing. I personally would like to see more walk-ups, similar to what Heather D. Swain, owner of Meridian Strata, was talking about here yesterday. Walk-ups provide many advantages over the numerous twin homes and duplexes that have been popping up. I could list a few if you ask. Park Allen residents are extremely grateful for the thoughtful planning of our unique neighborhood 70 years ago. And now you have an opportunity to do a good service to the people of Edmonton. For example, you could add a policy that requires more efficient use of land, such as no dead space between buildings, which would allow for more trees and green space per housing unit. You could help make Scone District a place that people love, or you could choose to allow essentially random unfettered development, which this proposal would allow. We believe this proposal would result in suboptimal housing that will unnecessarily reduce our quality of life and make homeowners feel vulnerable. The desirability of living in Park Allen has proven that it is well worth thinking carefully about the consequences of structure and design on quality of life and community. Please give our concerns careful consideration. We depend on you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Sheila Femester.
Thank you, and good morning. Over the past 5 years, it has become increasingly apparent that the current organizational structure of the City of Edmonton allows for conflict of interest. Urban planning and economy is responsible for representing both communities and business development. It is clear from recently passed bylaws, policies, and procedures that developers have a stronger influence and greater support than communities do. Just look at the number of consultations that the department has with the development industry compared to consultations with citizens. You're clearly not listening to us in these public hearings. When communities express concerns with bylaws changing community character, your planning department just changed the definition of community character. Reference here the City of Edmonton's report called Defining and Addressing Community Character within the Matured Neighborhood Overlay, because we no longer have a mature neighborhood overlay. Your bylaw amendments only seek to take us increasingly farther away from any sense of normalcy and control over our hard-earned private properties. Recent changes to the bylaws that allow exceptions to almost every neighborhood, leaving almost no untouched area between nodes, corridors, and collector roads. There are only a few areas in Edmonton that will not be impacted by your extreme densification plans. You already have issues with blatantly inadequate infrastructure, costs that will surely impose even more taxes. On who? On us. Historically, the planning department provided that critical intermediary role between developers and communities, balancing the needs of both. They were instructed to be unbiased mediators, helping both find a middle ground. This seems to be entirely gone. Citizens are abandoned and angry. Community groups are meeting across the city, and at most meetings you'll hear things like, forget the developers or forget the planners. They don't care about us. If you are not okay with this, you do not deserve to be in the positions you are holding. A foundation of our democracy is that elected representatives represent and support their constituents, and administration then develops the plans, policies, and procedures to implement council's direction. This seems to be no longer the case in Edmonton. Administration directs City Council. We've watched you for 3 years. You find it acceptable if they say, I don't know, or we don't have that information. Having spoken in depth to seasoned city planners, I have surmised that this would never have happened in the past. The planning process has been turned upside down and has not met minimal requirements, and you literally just seem to check off the boxes and move on. We are astounded that you are simply facilitating administration's direction. The zoning bylaw public hearings are a perfect example. Citizens raised serious concerns with everything from public consultations not meeting the MGA to the inability of infrastructure to handle the massive increase in density. A clear majority of people who presented to you at those hearings did not approve of the bylaws being passed. They raised concerns with developers damaging property, buildings blocking sunlight, and 6% of Edmontonians were knowledgeable about the zoning bylaw. Clearly not adequate. We watched you ignore your constituents. I doubt you realize how frequently this comes up in community-led meetings that are being held throughout the city. This is a breakdown of democracy. You have an opportunity with these district plans to stop this abuse of a governance process. We will be watching to see you ask demanding questions for revisions that support us, your constituents. These are the people who voted you in and can vote you out. Where will you stand at election time? With the majority, with your people, or on the side of this ridiculous ideologically driven agenda? And one last thing. I was going to talk about taxes, but let's not do that now. Your notices coming out this week will surely seal your fate in the next election. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. And next we'll go to Elaine Scholes.
Good morning, Mayor Soe and councillors. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Windsor Park Community League. We are opposed to the district policy bylaw for one reason and one reason only, the last-minute addition of Policy 2526. This policy provides criteria for considering additional height within and outside of nodes and corridors. As such, it dilutes the intent of the city plan and district plans to focus higher density developments in nodes and corridors. This policy was added after public engagement was over, and it increases uncertainty for communities and residents. It has not been sufficiently discussed and reviewed by stakeholders and the public. The League supports the recommendation of the Scona District's Community Council to remove this policy from the district policy document before the bylaw is approved, and that additional review and meaningful engagement take place before considering amending the district policy to include it, preferably in a refined form. We understand that this policy was added by admin and is based on several rezonings that have been approved over the last 18 months or so. A major cause of uncertainty about how this new policy will be applied is that these rezonings ranged from RMH16, 4-story low-rise, which might be expected, to a development 65 meters in height, about 20 stories. 2 of the rezonings were for 6-story buildings, one of which was in Windsor Park in a location on a local road where a 4-story building would be more appropriate. There are just too many unknowns about policy 2526 for it to be proved now as it is currently drafted. Additional height is the focus of this policy, but it is completely undefined. From the examples underlying the policy, it could be anything from 4 stories, which is acceptable in some and perhaps more contexts, to about 20 stories, which isn't acceptable in most contexts. Too much is crammed together in this policy. Referring it for additional work would provide the opportunity to consider the amount of additional height that would be appropriate in different contexts. For example, in nodes and corridors, and whether that additional height would be different from the amount for other arterial and collector roads, as well as the amount of additional height for locations in the interior of neighborhoods. There's no indication that sun access would be taken into account when additional height near parks and open space is considered, and it should be. More work is definitely needed. That said, our view is that the EFCL recommendation is preferable to the current version of Policy 2526. Our preference, though, would be that more work and engagement be done to address the concerns such as those noted above before considering including it in the district policy document. Thank you for considering our request.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to John Collier.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. I greatly appreciate being able to speak to you, and will try not to repeat what you've already heard many times. I will confine my remarks to 2 points, the first of which I hope is simple housekeeping. And for the first point, I'm going to wear my hat as a Community League representative. In Policy 2526, location near parks and open spaces can be considered for additional height. Parks and open spaces, capitalized, are defined in the glossary. In the policy as written, these are not capitalized. That means their meaning is unclear when it comes to actually applying and interpreting the policy. Could we please fix this so that we all know what we're talking about when we read the document? Now I'm taking off my hat, and I'm talking as a private citizen, and I want to talk about affordability. I'm not arguing against what you're doing here today, but I want to point out that all the changes you've made to date, and the changes before us today, do little to actually increase the amount of affordable housing. They empower developers to seek extra density and height. Developers, naturally and without criticism, God bless them, everyone, are private entrepreneurs, and they are out to make money. Completely understandable. They're not charities. The bulk of their endeavors have been in higher income neighborhoods. Why? Pretty simple, really. You can make more money there. That means these projects result in housing options that are as expensive, and in some cases even more so, than what they replace. In reply, you would recite the argument that by increasing supply, prices will go down. Absolutely true if supply were the only variable. Of course it's not. We also have an increasing population. Edmonton's went up by 4.2% last year, so prices are actually rising. I'm not aware that we have a housing crisis for rich people. The papers are not full of stories where wandering herds of unhoused plutocrats are bleating that they can't keep rain out of their cappuccinos and macchiatos, or off their cashmere and real Corinthian leather jackets. New York is not solving its housing crisis by building even more high-rises overlooking Central Park. We do not need policies that mostly serve to increase the supply of housing for those already well off. We cannot rely on developers on their own to get affordable housing. The city, the province, as useless as they are right now, and the federal government must work together. The province and the feds by supplying funding, and the city by leveraging its existing assets. Please don't point fingers at other jurisdictions. We've had decades of that already. You have the assets and tools in hand that can be used to increase affordable housing stocks if you make the choice to do so. Sales of surplus civic and school sites can be used to build right on site or tied to builds elsewhere that might be more suitable. Councillor Jan's initiative on short-term rentals is critical. We had a 3-story walk-up, 8 two-bedroom units. We were so excited. We approved it. We came and spoke at the hearing. Everything was great. It operates exclusively as an Airbnb hotel in our neighborhood. We have simple things that you can do right now or soon to make a difference in affordable housing. We need to take action so that we can lead by example and hopefully chide the province into taking similar action as well. I really appreciate the time to speak with you today. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Melanie Polishunk joining us remotely. Melanie Polishunk,
Here, yes, I'm here.
please go ahead.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Today I'll be speaking in opposition to rezoning bylaws and district planning that directly supports any construct of a 15-minute city. The term 15-minute city is often associated with the idea of smart city, and I have concerns that the technology required to operate this type of city can potentially have negative impacts. My concerns are privacy concerns. The data and technology in a smart city can raise concerns about the collection and misuse of personal information, leading to potential privacy breaches. My second concern is exclusion. The adoption of advanced technologies may inadvertently exclude certain segments of the population. My third is cybersecurity risks. These cities would heavily rely on interconnected systems and networks, which may be susceptible to greater cyber attacks. Number 4, loss of human interaction. An increased emphasis on automation, artificial intelligence, and other technologies will likely reduce face-to-face interactions and community engagements, potentially leading to increased social isolation, which we saw during the pandemic. Number 5, equity issues. There is a risk that this initiative may disproportionately benefit certain groups or areas, exacerbating existing socioeconomic inequalities. And number 6, economic disruption. The implementation of automation and advanced technologies could lead to job displacement in certain sectors and possibly even widen economic disparities. It should be concerning to all of us that rezoning efforts are not only happening in cities across Canada, but in lockstep with cities around the world as part of Agenda 2030. We recognize history repeating itself with the old problem, action, solution scenario. And we, the people, are tired of not having our voices adequately heard. We're tired of government overreach, and we're sick and tired of top-down policy making and the total disregard for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. With that, we have heard from panel number 6.
Sorry, Mayor Sohi. I believe Wanda Banans is in person.
Oh, have you here? Please come down, and if you could go to number 9. Thanks, Richard. No worries. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, although I doubt it will change your predetermined decision.
Why do I say this? Well, in the process of baking a cake, you add necessary ingredients into the bowl. So what would stop you from completing the process? In the case of moving ahead with the district plan for Edmonton, what or could stop you from completing the process? Since over the years, the necessary ingredients for a 15-minute city have been added to the bowl. Ingredients like lose the airport, bike lanes, high density, rezoning, massive transit, to name a few. So what would stop the approval of another piece of the process? Districts. Edmonton is at its worst in history. Crumbling, dangerous, drug and criminal and gang-filled. Theft has no police intervention unless the theft or damage is over $5,000, so stealing is rampant, and why stores like 7-Elevens have closed. The city is filled with drug zombies, beggars, filth, feces, and urine, and transit is not safe. Millions of tax dollars used for police cleanup of encampments, fire trucks to extinguish ravine and garage fires, and city to clean up encampment garbage or cubicles for people to sleep in. This phenomenon is not all over the world, not in third world countries. So is this another ingredient for life in a 15-minute city? In sociology, if you overcrowd rats in a cage, you will witness biting, fighting, aggression. And in sociology, that experiment explains what happens when people are overcrowded, as in high density, living in districts like Hunger Games. Look at the mess you have made of this city. Look at the millions of dollars wasted on electric buses that won't heat in the winter without what, propane? Or you can't get parts for. In a company, would you get a raise for doing that or get dismissed? This is mismanagement of the city and our tax dollars. And I am your employer. I pay the bills. You ring up. You say public engagement. I say, sure, the absolute minimum required. I'd like to say, you're fired. Taxes should never be almost 9% and never were in the past. There should be an investigation into the management of this city. You are following a UN cookie-cutter plan for cities. Why? Are you WEF and do what they want? Would that make you a leader or a follower? The city is a mess, and district plan isn't anything that fixes or improves existing problems and waste previously mentioned. It could be like the single-use plastic ban, in that we put all the plastic that food comes in the reusable bags and then into recycle. Is it because the reusable bags generate income for city council and the other plastic doesn't? Maybe better recycling of plastic, although not income generating, would do more good. I find it unclear for whose good this council makes its decisions. Take CO2, 1 part carbon and 2 parts oxygen, and with the improvements in combustible engines, its exhaust is mostly oxygen. CO2 is plant food, and our plants and forests eat a majority of our CO2. It is pumped into greenhouses to promote growth, as there is not enough of it in the air. CO2 is not a problem, but it is used to substantiate the necessity to restrict people from space and movement and to generate income. In closing, I am against the district plan and 15-minute, overcrowded, dangerous, restrictive, punitive cities. You say Edmonton, vision 0. I say Edmonton, 0 vision. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the panel number 6. Now questions from council colleagues. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks everyone for being here today. Maybe I'll start with Ms. Solas, because I always enjoy chatting with you, and everyone really, but we've chatted so many times. So I wanted to dig into 2526 again, because I think there's some who sort of view it as like it'll be the Wild West, anything and everything. I'm not sure I see it that extreme. I do have a lot of questions and concerns on it as per the EFCL's recommendation, but I just want to dig in, since I know you've been in planning, the planning work for a long time, because when I read 2526, it talks about considering additional height. For letter A, it talks about in a nodal corridor within 400 meters of a transit station along an arterial or collector road, and then I'm going to go down to F, which is the adjacent to a site zone for greater than small scale development. Those don't seem new. Those seem to be planning principles that have been applied I mean, long before I was even on council. I think about the TOD guidelines, the residential infill guidelines. That's not necessarily the issue, correct? The criteria, at least those 4 criteria, it's the potential for how high it goes. Am I hearing you right?
Yeah, it's the potential for how high it goes and also for the interpretation of those locations. Those locational criteria have existed in other documents like the residential infill guidelines, as you mentioned. But in those guidelines, back in the day, it would consider something like row housing near a park. And that you can build that now in the RS zone. You don't, or the RSF zone, any of the low density zones, the small scale zones. You can do that now. So that doesn't really, that's not really what this means. It means something different now. It might be the same words, but it means something different.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, and so that's the goal. For me, I'm looking at the same piece of trying to get a little more clarity and certainty in that policy. And I appreciate that the D and E are, the reference to the corner site and the park and open space are a little more of an extension than we've probably seen in the past. Again, infill guidelines typically would say row housing. This gives you the potential to go substantially higher than that. And is that context specific? Is that the right approach to be able to go substantially higher? And that's the question you want us to sort of sort out.
Yeah, and what is the amount of appropriate additional height in different contexts? Because here everything's all smushed together, and if it were separated out a bit and it was clear how it would work with 2525 and with the built form transition policy in the built form section. I mean, it was just kind of, I think, plunked in there without sufficient vetting and discussion and implications discussed. Yeah.
How specific do we go? And this is the thing I'm trying to I'm sort of grappling with too, because we do have a city plan that generally sets out pretty clear plans around corridors, nodes, where you would develop, what you would develop to. And so I'm gonna likely assume what I'm gonna hear from administration when we ask about that is that they don't want to create such a rigid map that it's a lot by lot. This lot you can do 3 stories, this lot you can do 6, this one you can do 8. And I think that's probably a fair comment. At the same time, I'm not sure that what's written here actually, it feels like it's too far on the other end. So are you hoping to get like sort of a really lot by lot breakdown, or more of a, here are the criteria, here's where you would probably do a mid-rise, here's where you might do something larger, here's where you might do something smaller, but not being like so lot specific?
Yes to what you just said, because obviously it's not the zoning bylaw. It's not another version of the zoning bylaw. Yeah.
Okay,
so it's something more like, two additional stories in certain locations and go higher in other places. That sort of thing. Something that's a little more specific than what we have now, but not a zoning bylaw type of regulation.
Last question in my few seconds. No, I'm going to be out of time. I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to all of our speakers for joining us today. I maybe just wanted to start with, well, I'll start actually with Mr. or Speaker Jerzak. Appreciate your points around some of the mapping. I think as an infill organization, you have some insights around some of the community expectations and what community members may understand from a map versus, the nuances of text. Is that part of the intent of the suggestions you're making, just to provide that clarity to communities about where change might be happening?
Yeah, that's correct. I think, thank you for the question, Councillor. The first stop, I think, for anyone that's reviewing a site against the district plans will be the map. Although the hard lines have been removed, the colors, I think, still function in the same way. Or if something is outside of that colored area, then I think someone would have to know to look for policy that would sort of provide direction. It's ultimately a confusing and pretty complicated process to get there. So I think with with blurred lines or with a gradient, we could still have really good, fulsome conversations around, the appropriateness of particular applications, and yet not have the confusion that I think we currently have.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Maybe next to Speaker Onushenko, I really appreciate you bringing forward that specific example in Riverdale. And I have to confess I'm struggling a little bit because I think an assumption I'm making is that there is a general concern or feeling that the RS zone should be 12 meters. And we're trying to come up with some policies to work around that. Like, I worry that we end up back to where we were before the new bylaw, where we're seeing a ton of RF1 to RF3 applications. Like, do we just end up in that same pattern with RS to RSF or RM12? Just wanted to get your thoughts about, is this something that needs to be fixed in policy, or does it need to be fixed in regulation?
Well, I guess for clarity's sake, not RSF, just based on the definition of where that's contextually appropriate. And the zone I was referring was RSMH12. Yes, I can see how that's a fear, that there would be a lot of that because, the decision was that RS is capped at 10.5. And as I said, conversations with our clients, with builders, with everyone else says that you can't build on a 3-story building in that. The reality is that we've created a zone through the zoning bylaw and through lots of consultation for RSMH12. And it says it's a zone for small scale. It's a small and medium scale transition zone. And the small is that H12. There's I think 14 as well, which is more that medium, but it's in that definition. So I think the zone itself fits within your urban mix. I think there, in this case, there needs to be a bit more clarity, as I alluded to, with actual measurements. But this conversation isn't really to reopen the zoning bylaw. I've got strong opinions about how RSF and RS should align in terms of some of those heights. But I think RSMH12 is a great zone, and it's also exclusive in terms of, the housing typology that it says. So you're not building a 3-story single-family home with RSMH12. But as to the other conversation, it is definitely worth having, but that might be for another day or a motion to administration.
Okay, that's helpful context. I'm just wondering to, well, maybe I'll ask some further questions of administration around that. Maybe just quickly jumping to Speaker Watts. I just want to understand your comments. I think I heard you say that you were looking to have more walk-ups in the neighborhood. I just want to make sure I was understanding, like, when I think of walk-ups, I'm thinking of sort of 4-story low-rise apartment buildings. Is that what you meant by walk-ups?
Yeah, 3 or 4-story. That does not require an elevator.
Okay, and your feeling is that, so your neighborhood is open to that, but your feeling is that the current policies are allowing beyond that? Proposed policies?
Yes. Behind my house, there's a walk-up right now that will be most likely torn down very soon this year, and it could be replaced with, as far as I can tell, from this 6-story building.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll go to Mr. Rubottom first. Just a question. One of the comments that you said in your presentation is that the district plans are more complicated than they need to be. And while I understand that statement, I'm a bit confused because isn't it still less complicated than what currently exists if we don't pass the district plans?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. I think that as long as there is the consideration of repealing the ARPs as well, that is going to create a regulatory environment that does give pretty clear direction.
But if we refer this back, we're not going to be repealing and leaving an open space with no regulations. Like the decision before us today, as was mentioned yesterday, is either refer back to administration, approve, or reject. There's no piecemealing of, well, we're going to reject this, but we're going to approve the repealings.
Yeah, I guess in our case, we're trying to give a perception of what we think would create the most clear environment to work within. In the past, we felt that the discretion that council has been able to use with the city plan and what we've done with the new zoning bylaw has created that certainty and created that space to have a meaningful conversation. And we're just worried that with the district plans in the state that they are now, it's going to obfuscate the conversation. And we've seen that already with some projects.
But then since that time, they've added that extra, one that's causing a lot of concern on the community's part is 2.5.26, right?
Yeah.
And that actually, when I looked back at a lot of the zonings that for me caused me hesitation, because I know you're referring to some of my trepidation with a few of the rezoning applications, would have solved that. So I guess the question I have, just because I want to be mindful of my time, is would you rather see this referred back and we are going to be in the exact same regulatory system we are today for probably the next 2 years, or would you like it passed today and then work within that being, which is your preference?
I think it would be most helpful, like if we're getting into the details of this, like what would be the best regulatory environment to work with. I do have 2 colleagues here today that are both planners and work within this industry, so they could probably give you the desired middle outcome that they'd be looking for. So maybe I could pass it to Chelsea.
I don't want a middle outcome, I want a yes or no. Would it be, to any of the other people on IDEA, would you prefer, because I think it is still more simplified than what we are currently dealing with in terms of a regulatory environment, but I'm hearing from industry.
Maybe I'll pop in, Councillor. So I think that what we will end up with is we're still going to have a lot of ad hoc amendments coming forward to realign the district plans with city plan. So, that might be good for planning consultants, but I'm not sure it's the ideal move for, for council, for community, or for IDEA's members who are small businesses, local businesses for whom, that's a significant cost as well. At the end of the day, it's, the people that are living in the houses that are paying that cost. So I think that
I have questions for admin on process of those amendments and those kind of things, but I think that's good.
If we were choosing to amend the old.
I want to just be mindful. I have a question for one of the public speakers, so I apologize. I think my answers to IDEA my questions to IDEA have been addressed. So I wanted to go to Mr. Collier. So you mentioned in your presentation, we talk about demand or supply, but yet that the population is increasing of our city. So we have to think, obviously, economics, supply and demand. It's both sides of the coin. But if we don't increase supply, knowing that we're having an increased demand, that's going to drive up prices even higher.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. And you'll notice that I didn't say, please don't do this in my neighborhood. And I didn't say, you got to stop doing that now. But what I'm saying is that the bulk of what's being done is you're not making affordable housing. I have people in my family that are economically challenged.
But this is the thing, I just want to, because it was interesting you said that, because did you know that a lot of our affordable housing that we do build is tethered to market rates? So it's like 80% below market. Mm-hmm. So if the market goes up, so does the affordability of our affordable housing stock.
No, I understand that, but the goal that I had, or hoped for a lot of these things like lot splitting, we started with lot splitting, then we did this, then we did that, is things were going to be more affordable. In our neighborhood, we do something and we get more of more expensive.
Fair, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you all the speakers and for taking time to share your questions and concerns with us. So my question, I would like to focus on to really clarify your concerns and try to find a solution how we could address your concerns and through this process. My first question is going to IDEA. I heard these 3 requests and from IDEA and specifically related to the district plan and in front of us. And one is about 2.5. And so you would like to add one more middle rise and in that policy. So because right now the policy is only including lower rise to support lower rise. So I want to confirm that, right? You would like add not only
Yes,
lower rise,
that's
add the middle rise.
That's correct, Councilor.
Okay, thank you. So that is the amendment you are looking for. For the 2.5 and 2.6, you would like to reduce the 2 criteria to 1 criteria to support additional height building. So that is what I heard, right?
That is correct. Yeah. And when we discussed that with administration and said, why is there 2 criteria in this case, where other policies there says 1 criteria, we couldn't get an answer, and the individual that we had spoke with said they were unaware. So we wanted to be give that contextually appropriate location for it.
So because what I heard yesterday is different, and then so there's something changing and looking for from different angle. And for you to reduce the 2 criteria to 1 criteria, does that mean will allow the more buildings and higher buildings to be built and with less criteria to be met? So that is what here to provide more opportunity.
Right. Again, and I will say, as it says in the definition, I mean, for contextually appropriate areas, this isn't a carte blanche, but as the example that I gave in Riverdale, which the height amendment should be made to, we want to be able to, the entire city isn't a blank grid. There's lots that are different and have different contexts, and we want to be able to empower both administration and council to be able to see that variation and make that decision.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is going to Speaker Christine. Ms. Watts. So you talk about the concern regarding not sufficient public engagement and need more consultation, specifically for the neighborhood related. So what are you looking for if this refer back to the administration? What are you specifically looking for that sufficient consultation will be different from what has been done by the state administration?
Well, we found just that this was popped on us pretty in the last, a lot of people never, this policy was added on quite recently in our sorry, I'm having trouble speaking here. I'm sorry, I don't know if you can repeat the question a little bit.
The question is because city administration has done some public consultation in the past.
Yeah, well, this particular
and so right now, and what I heard, the concern is not sufficient, or the public engagement and need more meaningful engagement. Yeah. What does it look like? What's it different from what has been done?
There's this new district policy 2526 allows for considerably higher structures, and it's going to impact an awful lot more people. And there's so many. We're really concerned about the quality of life, like the importance of maintaining our quality of life. We do think it's possible to have just increase the number of units just as much, but in a way that maintains the livability of our neighborhoods with.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your answer. I will go, sorry, Councillor Stevenson? No, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. I just want to follow up with Speaker Collier, further to Councillor Rutherford's questions on market demand, right? I understand your concern, what you're raising on affordability. But I don't know if you are aware that aside from creating demand to respond to market affordability or attainability, this council has been taking significant steps on overall affordable housing, including allocating $183 million over the last 4 years with this budget, as well as making land available, removing red tape. We're convincing and working with other orders of government as well. So it's not, I hope you understand that we are not ignoring that aspect of affordability and supportive housing and affordable housing.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I understand completely, but I think we would all agree that there is more to be done.
Of course.
And that's why my semi-humorous thing about, crowds of poor, unhoused, rich people that, are sitting out in the rain. And we know that is not a crisis, but we know where the crisis is.
Yeah, I know. I hear you on, and we heard that during ZBR discussion and during this discussion as well, that these changes may not respond to non-market housing, right? Affordability in that sector, in that area, but does respond to kind of market housing and maintaining that supply in order to respond to the population growth that we're experiencing.
Yeah. Unlike many people, I don't vilify the development industry. They're in a business just like I was in a business. I'm retired now, and other people are in businesses, and they're doing what they know best, and that's completely understandable. But
I know, I hear you, because it is unfortunate that Edmonton lacks non-market housing more than other municipalities, even in some of the other major urban centers. The percentage of dwellings, right, market dwelling and non-market dwelling is lower in Edmonton, and that's a reality that we're trying to grapple with. No, thank you so much for raising that. With that, I will take, I'll take the chair back and go to Council Salvador.
You have the chair.
Yeah, thank you so much. I might direct this to Speaker Jerzak. I really appreciate your point around the removal of the line around the nodes and corridors doesn't necessarily eliminate the issue of kind of the inside versus outside of the border effect. I appreciate your commentary around having a gradient or kind of a blurry line to show that transition zone or transition area. I guess I'm wondering, with some of the guidelines around 100 meters from a node or corridor or 400 meters from a mass transit station, do you think that those areas should also be marked on the map, or do you think that that would be kind of covered by gradient effect?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Salvador. I think that they could be covered by the gradient effect. Is the short version of my answer.
Okay, that's really helpful. And I guess maybe just a bit of a broader question. You are often in public hearings. You are very familiar with this world. How do you think we could move forward with something like a gradient effect in terms of trust building with Edmontonians? Like, I think that's what I'm really kind of struggling with. I want to ensure that both industry and community have some pretty clear expectations around where they can expect to see development based on what's outlined in the city plan. Do you think that the gradient could help with that to just ensure that everyone's kind of on the same page?
I think that we've more or less been operating under this concept by using city plan over the last several years. So city plan gives a general outline of how wide corridors are and how wide nodes are. And I think, the general understanding has been the highest intensity development would be right on the roadway and would sort of gradually be reduced from there. And I see those conversations happening at council as to what is appropriate and where, and they seem to be landing, in a place that folks are more or less comfortable with, generally speaking. And I think, when it comes to the gradient and how it would work, I think essentially we're already doing that. So it would just be a matter of sort of, I guess, formalizing it in the district plans, if that's what council decides to do, or if not, we continue to work the way that we have been working well with city plans since it was passed.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Burkett.
Yeah, wrong button. Thank you very much. Yeah, to follow up on that, Mr. Jerzak, so I'm just curious about this as far as the legal rollout of how planning works. I mean, we know that districts and district planning, that's sort of the term that we've been using for decades and decades. And so there's a reason, though, that we have boundaries, and that's because you have to delineate one area from another in the plan. So what would be the legal mechanism for the fuzzy boundaries?
I'm not sure if I know how to answer your question. I think it would be, the hard lines or the lines as they're currently shown, I think imply a certain interpretation, and I think a softer blurry boundary would imply a different interpretation. So that's not legally. I'm not sure if I can answer the legal nature, unfortunately.
Yeah, and so I agree with you, and we have had, actually, ironically, we've had these conversations already, in the process of talking about this over the past few months about the fact that you have a hard boundary, but that there is sort of like, that's your boundary, but it doesn't make sense in the context of this area to sort of allow a little bit more of this kind of build or that kind of build on either side of the boundary kind of thing. So, and that's when it comes to public hearing, obviously, and then council makes that decision. So I'm not sure how we get rid of that particular way of doing things under what we are allowed to do as far as planning. So that, I guess that's my question, because I actually agree with you. I just don't know how we would do it.
Right. I mean, it seems to me that we do have language in policy that, implies that we would consider things, we would consider supporting things. And I think that the blurry line or the blurry boundary perhaps could have some policy language accompanying how it would be interpreted. So that's one suggestion, just as a thought.
Yeah, because I think it bears being said that everything that we do as a city, all the legal mechanisms we use for planning are determined by the legislation of the province. And so I'm wondering if we would need provincial permissions to do that.
I will let your legal counsel, I guess, follow up on that
All
one.
right, yeah, that's, okay, fair enough. Yeah, because I think that's something that's lost sometimes, that the city doesn't have any sort of, authority except that granted by provincial legislation. And so if the province disagrees with something that we do, they'll let us know. But if they do agree, then they'll also not do anything. So I guess we can take that to the province. But does that answer like some of that concern, the fact that we would love to see that, and maybe conceptually we can add it in, but on a legal and legislative aspect, that would probably be a provincial conversation between the city.
I'm not sure. I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot of policy language in many of our documents that have consider, sort of soft language.
Yeah.
So if that was visually conveyed, I can't imagine that it would be very different. But again, I'm not a legal expert.
Yeah, and I guess my concern is that, you get a new council, and they're like, you know what, we don't like this blurry line. And because there's no way to codify it, then it really doesn't matter. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think we're trying to establish a blurry line with policy 2525. And I think we could more effectively do that visually. The concern that we have is that, if we understand that policy 2525 exists, we'll look at it and we'll make arguments based on that perspective. But is the general population going to understand that exists and that it is softening the line, so to speak?
Yeah, so
because I think that's what it's trying to do, but is it effective?
So in more of the conceptual, like this may be the way it goes. It's sort of
Yeah, I think there's an attempt to do it through policy that's maybe going to lead to more confusion.
Okay, that makes sense. And again, I don't disagree with you, just wondering about mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Would you be kind enough to move the second round?
Happy to. I move a second round.
A second by Councillor Rice. Okay, please vote. That is to accommodate Councillor Knack's second round. Please vote.
In favor.
I think that was
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
The chair has discretion.
Oh, what happened to my vote? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried unanimously, Councillor Knack.
Wonderful. Thank you for your
go
kindness,
ahead,
everyone.
please,
Ms. Solis, the last question, and actually, I want to sort of pick up off the questions you've just heard to Mr. Jerzak around the mapping piece, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on that as well, because part of this confusion that I'm dealing with is that I appreciate we probably don't want this line that's so firm that there's never any flexibility, but if you, again, go too loose. So how would you look at that? I'm thinking about the residential infill guidelines and thinking about some of the other plans that you've been a part of. How would you want to see that from a community perspective to give you that certainty while also ensuring that it recognizes how we're trying to grow like we have in the city plan?
The ideas I've heard here today about showing it more clearly on a map, some, the more of a gradual transition, for example, from a corridor into the interior. I think there are some illustrations here and there in the documents. Mapping it, the maps are getting kind of complicated as it is. They're hard to read, and then unless you're looking at them on a large screen, it's hard to make out everything as they exist. So, that would be a caution. The map making has to be done, very, very well to do that, but it might be helpful. And I think that one step in that direction was already taken by council as a result of the Urban Planning Committee discussion last December, where the boundary line between nodes and corridors and the rest of the area being shown on the map, the line was removed.
Yeah.
That kind of, you already indicated you wanted to see a fuzzier boundary, and that was, the first step in that direction. And perhaps, color, like right now, urban mix is all yellow. I think it's yellow on all the maps. And if you're and the corridors are, I don't know, pink? I can't remember. I don't have one in front of me. But if you had another color that, showed a bit of a transition there between, in the urban mix, but closer to a node or corridor, might show differently. If that is what you want to achieve. And can I answer another question that hasn't been asked?
I maybe, but I got to get to one other person.
Oh,
I love
okay.
talking with you, but I'm
Okay.
going to jump. Maybe someone else will ask you in the meantime. I just wanted to know if Miss Paula Shuck is still online. I didn't see her name, but I don't know if she's under a different. Oh, there we are.
I'm here.
Thank you. I wanted to just. Did you get the chance to participate or watch yesterday at all?
I was there for the entire
Sorry,
day. Well, up until
there were a lot of
until
people in the room, so I didn't see. My apologies for not recognizing the face there. So I guess I just wanted to ask. You had talked about a lot about that fear of automation and the technology and the data breaches and things like that. And I guess I wanted to ask a similar question to what I asked some folks yesterday. It's when you read through the district policies that we're discussing today, is there anything in the policy that we are discussing that makes you feel that we're looking to do that, to increase automation, to increase surveillance? Are there any lines in that policy that say, yeah, this is actually what I'm really worried about?
No, I just understand that that's going to be a natural process for the implementation of a lot of the. I mean, and it's an observation from what I've seen personally. I mean, you can't go anywhere without seeing artificial intelligence, cameras, more secure. Well, call it secure, but I mean the more digitally secure things seem to be, the more there is a risk of having your identity compromised.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to sort of get that to see if there was something sort of in the policy versus more of the general concerns, and I'm hearing what you're saying there on that. And I have more questions, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question will be to Speaker Phimister. You had mentioned about like a conflict with urban planning and economy department with you know, community and developer relationship. Can you expand on that? How you think that can be addressed?
I'm not sure how it can be addressed, but I think it's inherently evident to us. Everything that the development industry asks for, they seem to get. The fact that during the December update on district plans, developers were asking about higher density units that had been reduced to less than 3 to 5 blocks in width along corridors and arterial roads. And then the policy report resulting essentially expanded the widths again, burying it deep in policy is a prime example. So we come to these hearings, we see what's passed, and then we know that there are going to be amendments. And even though I'm retired, I don't have time to sit here all day and watch for those amendments. But I have looked through your documents. They're long-winded, they're difficult to understand, and the result is amendments that almost nobody knows about. And this is very concerning and upsetting for us. To me, I feel it's crossing the line and disrespectful to the people that live in the communities.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that perspective. My next question, I would like to go to Speaker Collier. You had, and I should have asked this question yesterday of another speaker. Can you tell me what your definition of affordable housing is? Because as Councillor Rutherford said, there are different definitions, and one definition that we use at Council is 80% of market value rate. Do you have a definition?
No, I don't have a definition myself that I would like you to adopt verbatim, but I think we do need more housing supports for people that are unable to afford at market rates, and you know, possibly even at 80% of market rates. So.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was, because sometimes I think there's a little bit of confusion out there as to what affordable housing is. Yeah. And then next, Ms. Soles. I would like you to answer a question that hasn't been asked yet, please.
Okay, the question is, do you need 12 meters to do a 3-story building? And you do not, because you only do that if you want 11-foot ceilings, and nobody needs 11-foot ceilings. You can do a 3-story building with the 10.5 meters, and in fact, the controversial development that I alluded to in my talk today, earlier today, on the 6-story building that was approved by council, the rezoning that was approved for a 6-story building in our neighborhood, and it was approved. 6-story in standard zoning is the RMH 23 meters high. That was a DC, and it was approved for 20 meters for a 6-story building. And we've recently reviewed the plans with the development officer because the development permit has been issued. And that 6-story building is going to be less than 18 meters tall. So it is not required to have 12 meters to do a 3-story building.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. That's it for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, as provided that opportunity to our speakers to ask that question. That's what I was going to do. My first question, I still want to address several speakers talk about how to make sure our citizens, private citizens, input and voice to be reflected in the decision making. So I think those public hearing session we heard over and over, and then how we balance our stakeholder, certain groups, and also our private citizens' input to be reflected in the decision-making process. And I heard the one solution, one person asked if we can receive all the tax notice and why we cannot receive all the notice and for certain public engagement. So my question is going to Speaker Sheila. Would you mind to provide some detailed and how would you like to say moving forward the city's decision-making process really reflect our citizens' voice to be heard and your inputs and your voice to be heard?
Thank you. Well, a month before the public hearings started in the fall, there was a public survey done. 6% of Edmontonians knew about the bylaw at all. They didn't know anything for most people. It isn't my job to figure out how to let your citizens know what's going on. There was not enough mail. I think probably every one of you live in the neighborhood where your neighbors live. You live across the street. So if you know it's only 6%, then you need to figure out how to let people know. More advertising. What about walking down the street? What about door to door? That doesn't seem to be a problem to get elected. But to make a decision that will affect the lives of the people that live across the street, it's a problem. So I think those are a couple of things: increased mail and maybe door to door.
Thank you very much for sharing that perspective. So my next question is going to Ideal. So what I heard here, if there's some amendment, is going to 2.5, 2.5, and 2.6. And so from your opinion, so what I heard is the zoning bylaw passed last October and the bylaw 2001, and the plus city plan and both combined will be enough to support the future development. At this moment, what I heard is this district plan act does not, district policy and plans do not support the city plan, is add additional red tape. Is that what I heard correctly?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Then my next question go to, I know Ms. Connor, and you get lots of attention for today's question about affordability. I'm going to ask a different angle, and then because I agree with you, and you brought a very good point, your comments talk about increased supply alone does not support our affordability. And are you looking for the in policy perspective to include some policy in this district policy to really reflect how to support increase that affordability? Or are you just generous say, and we need other type of policy? So I just try to get a sense, is there any solution could be reflected in this policy to address that affordability?
I'm going to say that that's beyond my level of expertise, but I wanted to point out that the current planning decisions and the past planning decisions to increase affordability on a very basic level in planning documents have not actually done so. So we've had lots of these things happen, lot splits, and now we're getting major things, but we're just getting more expensive. We're not actually getting affordable. And I realize that you probably realize that, but it's really important to hammer that home, that the group that we're tailoring this to, ourselves and developers, they're not intrinsically going to go out and build the affordable housing, not without other supports. Yeah. And Mayor Sohi has brought things up, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
So that concludes the questions to this panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And before we go to our next panel, I would like to add a few names into the record who have registered to speak, in addition to previously registered speakers. Abdul Abbasi wasn't here, but we'll check back again. In favor on 3.1 and 3.2. Also on 3.1 and 3.2, Denise Enns joining remotely. On 3.3, opposed, Debbie Cronwit Martin remotely. On 3.4, opposed, Paul Grewal, Landowners Group joining remotely. And 3.17 and 3.18, opposed, Stacy Bula. 3.19 and 3.20, opposed, Stacy Bula. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Sohi, before we also got a authorization form from Shauna Finley on panel 7, which is the next panel. Okay. Speaker number 5, and I believe David Finley is here on behalf of him, on behalf of her. So if you can read his name into record as well.
So Dave Finley will be speaking on behalf of Shauna Finley?
That is correct.
Thank you. So that is read into the record. Okay, so our next panel, panel number 7, please, when I call your name, come down if you are in the chamber. Wendy Antoniak, joining.
I'm remote.
Remote, thank you. Dean Boyd, remote. Dean, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, remote.
Thank you. Debbie Cronwit Martin, remote.
I'm here, remote.
Thank you. Kevin Taft, in person. Kevin, you'll be number 4. David Finley, on behalf of Shauna Finley. In person or remote? In person? So please come down. You'll be speaker number 5. MJ Kasza, joining remotely. MJ Kasza? No. Walter Pavlik, joining remotely.
Yes.
Thank you. David Percy, joining remotely.
Yes.
Thank you. Davin Beggs, joining remotely.
I'm here remotely, yes.
Thank you. Christine Kowalchuk, joining remotely. No. Maxine Cohen, joining remotely. Maxine Cohen, sorry. Maxine Cohen, no. Shauna Shabazz.
Maxine Cowan, I'm here.
Oh, you were there. Maxine, you're there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And Shauna Shabrabazics. Where you are? Sorry, in person, please come down. You will be speaker number 12. And Conrad Nobert, in person, Conrad. So please come down. You'll be number 13. And we will start with Wendy Antoniak. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And after that, council members may have questions of you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Just an aside, like it keeps cutting out. It's not my internet problem, but I keep cutting out. So if I cut out, I will call back. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today and participate in this important democratic process. I would like to use my time today to speak about 2.5.2.6. This showed up in mid-April of 2024. I'm speaking today because I do, as was mentioned by a councillor today in the earlier questions and answers, I do have insights into community expectations and understanding about 2.5.2.6. I actually shared the hand-drawn maps with them. I've communicated and met with hundreds of community residents. And note to the councillors, you don't need to find a development consultant to speak for us, because obviously they don't speak for us. And we are here speaking to you, and please listen. So 2.5.2.6 wasn't in place when the planners brought out the district plans to us in the advised phase presentations, the ones online, the ones in person, and meet with the planner. It came about after all public input was completed.
2.5.2.6 was added and provides for clear additional height, including anything in the RM and RL category. It's not vague, it's just a spectrum. We're not naive, even though the language says considered. We know it means it will be approved, it will be recommended by admin, and it will be someplace in that RM and RL spectrum. Obviously, someone, not us, not the public, had input into 2.5.2.6. We found out admin had input. Regardless of admin's experience, this is not how policy is supposed to be developed. Admin wrote, and this is their quote to why this happened. While the policy is a recent addition to the district policy, it is not new planning logic. It's based on planning principles that are currently used to evaluate development proposals. That may be fine, but stop. We went through 5 years of consultation to get to this point, 3.5 years specifically on district plans. Administration now applies planning principles that affect thousands of Edmontonians on their own. I'm not sure about on their own. I do know that idea and other groups that you've heard from want these changes and they want more. So consultation is mandated under the MGA 2.0 and 2.1. This means consultation with citizens. A revision like this cannot be made in April after all consultation has been concluded. It can't be made by admin, and it can't be made because there's pressure from developers. This is retroactively engineering a policy. It absolutely does not matter if some in administration do not like this policy, or after all the consultations that developers don't like it. Nor does it matter that some recent council decisions don't fit this policy. Maybe, just maybe, council decisions will be appealed, taken to court, or they misinterpreted the statutory direction, and those decisions will be changed with the new council. We don't change policy and laws as we go along to make them fit our particular ideals. We have to go through a legally mandated process. The way 2.5.2.6 was introduced to citizens is insulting. We were told in a document that the district planning project overview that changes in 2024 showed that corridors were reduced. The report says, here's what we changed. We made smaller corridors because we listened. They included a map to show the saved areas in those corridors. But then in the very same document, 2.5.2.6 was introduced without maps that showed that 3 times the area for high and medium density was actually occurring. There was no map to show this. We had to personally map it out. Why wasn't this showing? Why is it hiding what's really happening? In the city's attachment summarizing advised level feedback, it says that participants emphasized the need to minimize the impact on small-scale development by keeping larger scale within corridors or on maps, clearly on maps. And as a result, the district plan supports small-scale development within the interior of residential neighborhoods and larger scale within corridors. 2.5.2.6 breaks this trust and reintroduces formerly discarded approaches of high density using the 400-meter transit development circles, which affect those interior smaller scale developments. We were told years ago these aren't going to be used. These are groundbreaking additions to formerly untouched small residential areas. It introduces mid to high density on every corner, on every collector road next to green spaces. There are areas like Brookview or Laurier without any corridors now that have to look at their collector roads and around parks. There will be high density there. We support the EFCL request to send this back due to poor consultation, but don't support any recommended minor changes. Please send it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dean Boyd.
Good morning, and I want to thank council for allowing us to have these opportunities to speak on these matters. I'm not one for speeches. I spent 32 years in the military, so I'm very blunt when it comes to certain issues. Over the last 2 days, as I've been listening to the for and the against, one thing that's I've seen about this is that City Council is trying to push a lot of matters that weren't part of the original discussions. I think that's pretty disingenuous, and I think that does a disservice to the city of Edmonton as a whole. And any of those councillors that approve of these, they need to step aside. because what you do is you're a steward to the citizens of Edmonton and not to your own selves. And I think some of you have forgotten that, and it's very disappointing in how you guys are going about your business. Like I said, I spent 32 years in the military. I retired as a master warrant officer. I managed careers. I managed projects. This is very disappointing. And the way the literature is written is it gives council the opportunity for progression. And when we've seen those progressions around the world, London, for example, you know, all of a sudden they went to these areas and they're putting up cameras, and it collected what, $610 million in the first year for, you know, businesses or people that had to travel, you know, outside their zones. So you talk about these 15-minute walking zones, you talk about these 15 districts. That gives council an opportunity to go from 12 council members to 15 council members. That's a natural progression. We see that happening. And I've heard a couple of council members say, well, is there anything in the literature that alludes to that? It doesn't have to be in there. There's a natural progression to this. You know, so we're going to build a district. We're going to say we're going to make this within, you know, so that you can walk 15 minutes. Councillor Jans yesterday, I was thoroughly disgusted with his comments to one of the members speaking, where he said, well, you know, my problem is traffic, and alluded to that maybe other people shouldn't be driving, but Councillor Jans can. And I think that Councillor Jans needs to, you know, have some retrospective thought process in that, is that he works for us and we don't work for him. The city of Edmonton as a whole is a byproduct of previous administrations. And from those byproducts, we have community leagues, we have where everything that is set up. Over the course of the lifetime, we're spending billions and billions of dollars interrupting people's lives in established communities. We want to do these 15-minute walkarounds. We want to have these enclosed cities. The next development that comes up is developed for that specific purpose. If people want to move into a high-density residential area where there's a number of towers going up that will house 15, 18, 20,000 people, and they will have all that stuff in there, that's a better project than having, you know, people that are already in established communities like myself and like every other people that are opposing this, and saying, hey, listen, within the district policy and within the district planning, we may allow different structures to be developed in your established area. And I think that's the wrong way to go about this. I think that's narrow-minded thinking. And I think that the city council needs to take a look at this broadly and introspectively and say, listen, if we're going to do this, let's build a high density community. Let's give the people that want to move into these areas the option to move into there where we're not disrupting nodes and existing corridors. That's the part of this that really gets to me, is that you want to create these districts. You want everything to be within 15 minutes, you know, 15-minute walking. But as the city lies out right now, it's impossible. And that $502 million a year, the billions that are going to be spent for this, that's before we get even into the cost overruns on this. Edmonton taxpayers deserve better, and we deserve the transparency that if you're going to bring a policy to the table, everything is brought to the table, and we're not introducing new paragraphs, new subparagraphs, and then saying, hey, listen, we put this there, but it's not really going to affect you. I mean, it's a trudeauism where it's going like, you know, hey, the capital gains tax isn't going to affect anybody over the top 10%. We know this is a lie. We as Edmontonians deserve better from you. And if you're not going to give better to us, 2025, do us a favor. Please don't run. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Debbie Cronwit-Martin.
With this opportunity to speak. Edmonton's fiscal crisis is in the news almost daily. We're losing trust in your ability to manage the city. As we lose trust, we look to other cities and see how differently Edmonton approaches community consultation, intensification, and fiscal priorities. District planning is another example of poor communication and lack of fiscal transparency. People are asking, can we afford this level of redevelopment? Can the infrastructure handle it? How much will it cost me to fund the administration's view of Edmonton? This is not the citizens' vision. During the December 5th committee meeting update on district planning, several developers spoke in support of district plans. There's a lot of money to be made. They told the committee the district plans will require significant investment in municipal infrastructure. They also clearly stated that they could not pay for that. That they could not pay for it and expected the city to front end all costs. They said that. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities estimates that each new dwelling requires $107,000 for infrastructure. Currently, that infrastructure is greenfields. It's paid for primarily by the developer and subsequently the buyers of the properties. In infill areas, people paid for infrastructure when they purchased their properties decades ago and continue to pay to maintain it through their utility bills and property taxes. Upgrades to most underground infrastructure are only required if new development exceeds capacity, and it's expensive, costing as much as $1 million per 100 meters. The approach advocated by the developers would have citizens subsidize them to the tune of $107,000 per dwelling unit. Based on Edmonton's target of 50% of housing provided by infill, that's $20.4 billion subsidy. There is a reason Calgary and most other cities across Canada limited density increases to 4 dwellings per 50 by 100 foot lot, or a maximum of 75 dwellings units per hectare. This is the maximum existing infrastructure can handle without requiring huge capital investments. Not only does Edmonton's zoning bylaw far exceed this maximum, but the district plans take it much further. Calgary is being responsible. This explains why their residential property taxes are 25% less than Edmonton's. So far, all you've done is plan for growth in a manner we cannot afford. At the December meeting, a representative from the Home Builders Association recommended the city focus on 2 or 3 key districts at a time. He's right. Approving all the district plans and allowing developers to build anywhere at any time is unmanageable and fiscally irresponsible. You lose the ability to control and plan for the required capital improvements. You lose the ability to direct it around things like LRT. It appears the administration is proposing to address infrastructure impacts as each zoning application is processed. This approach puts the city and developers at risk, at financial risk. The developers can only apply for rezoning and permits for properties they own. There is no way to know if multiple developers are buying properties in the same area. If development approval is based on existing infrastructure being able to accommodate the change, will it be first in as approved and the rest are questionable? What if many developers have purchased properties and the developments take an area over capacity? If the city refuses development permits pending utility upgrades, do the developers have grounds for litigation because the district plans create an expectation of development rights? The Supreme Court of Canada recently made 2 decisions related to zoning and development rights. One of them dramatically expanded the circumstances in which compensation for regulation will be required. To understand the implications, I reviewed legal opinions from across Canada. The common view was the decision significantly altered the relationship between land developers and municipalities. The Supreme Court stated that despite property rights not being included in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, common law affords protection of individual liberty. Now developers frustrated with land use decisions that limit achieving the value of their lands will have a much lower barrier to make a case for compensation. District plans create an expectation of development rights. That's not my view interpretation, that's with legal interpretations. You were warned by an engineer that combined storm and sanitary sewers cannot handle the densities in the new zoning bylaw, and now you're increasing densities even further. I spoke with several residents who've already had 1 or more sewage backups after infill was constructed nearby. They're concerned that as sewage backups increase, they will not be able to get insurance, leaving no alternative but civil litigation. I understand that you have policy and statutory defense mechanisms. However, there's also a duty to minimize impacts, and you have not minimized impacts in the zoning bylaw district plans. I urge council to complete a financial assessment of the cost of implementing district plans and seek legal opinions before proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Kevin Taft, joining in person.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I urge Council to refer this bylaw and think more carefully about its approach to district plans. While I'm speaking on my own, I serve on the steering committee of the Coalition for Better Infill, which has a rapidly growing number of supporters and followers. I have many concerns with district plans, and in my 5 minutes will raise only 2. As someone who has spent a lifetime in public policy and politics, I will speak about my concerns with process. My first concern is with public engagement, which, undertaken properly, provides legitimacy and trust to city initiatives and many good ideas. It's a foundation of democracy. Some city departments engage better than others with the public. For example, in the past couple of months, proposed changes to the parking system were mailed to households. Our councillor attended a public meeting about them hosted by our Community League, listened to concerns, went back to administration, and helped get some of those concerns addressed. In another example, about 2 weeks ago, the city's Vision Zero Street Lab dropped a poster-sized flyer in mailboxes giving detailed information about proposed changes specific to our neighborhoods, right down to the placement of speed bumps. And of course, a decade ago, city planners conducted extensive in-person planning workshops with the public to develop ARPs. But when it comes to district plans, I'm not aware of detailed flyers outlining proposed changes in specific neighborhoods being dropped in any mailboxes, and there wasn't the kind of public engagement used for ARPs. So every household in McKernan and Belgravia, where I live, has been given detailed information on the placement of speed bumps, but no details on the district plans. That's a failure, and council should not proceed until it is addressed. At a bare minimum, the city should drop flyers in every mailbox specific to each district showing proposed changes. If you can do it for speed bumps, you can do it for district plans. My second concern is the unconditional nature of the benefits being granted to infill developers. When governments grant benefits to private businesses, it is expected those businesses provide something in return. When the city granted concessions for Rogers Place, there were conditions. When the oil industry or the private long-term healthcare industry, two industries I've followed, are granted industry-wide benefits, something is required in return. In my view, council should require increased standards from developers in return for the generous benefits embodied in district plans. It's going to become far easier, for example, to build an 8-story building in countless locations across Edmonton. That's worth a lot of money to speculators and developers. Council should get something back. A reasonable starting position would be to say to the infill industry, if we as a council approve district plans, you as an industry need to do some things in return. Meet higher standards on energy efficiency and solar access. Meet requirements for neighborhood context. Provide a minimum number of family-sized units, and so on. If the provincial government prevents you from requiring those conditions, then do not grant the benefits to infill developers. Put the pressure back on the province. Do not cave in. This is a negotiation. Be prepared to walk away from district plans. The debate about the power of the province over cities is far from over. As they stand now, district plans will not solve the housing crisis for those who can least afford housing. They are unlikely to bring a surge of families into mature neighborhoods, and they will contribute to a construction boom of unsustainable buildings. Remember, no matter what information you are given, the private interests of the infill industry embodied in these district plans are not the same as the public interests of the citizens of Edmonton. Please keep that front of mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to David Finley, speaking on behalf of Shauna Finley.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. There was a letter sent by the solicitor for the Old Glenora Conservation Association that was sent to council members and the mayor and the city solicitor and the manager, the city manager. I want to talk about a couple of those items that were in that letter. The first one is with respect to Section 141 of the Municipal Government Act, which authorizes the provincial cabinet to establish a charter by regulation. That was in fact done in 2018 by the City of Edmonton Charter 2018 regulation. That regulation allowed the city, authorized the charter to be implemented and became the city plan. That regulation, however, also amended the Municipal Government Act by adding Section 635.1. 635.1 is the legislative permission that you are acting under now in attempting to pass the district policy and district plans. However, Section 635.1 has a risk that it was not passed properly by Cabinet. Cabinet did not have the authority to amend the MGA, but only to authorize a regulation to be passed that authorized the charter. So this is an item which I think deserves some serious research by the City Legal Department before the district policy and district plans are passed. The other item which is of concern is that the province may have abdicated its authority by delegating to City Council the ability to add or revise provisions to the Municipal Government Act. This needs to be reviewed as well. The district policy and the district plans indicate that such plans will guide rezoning, subdivision, and development permit decisions. And that seems to me to speak only to decisions under which the city has some discretion. In the new zoning bylaw, there are permitted uses. If a permitted use is the subject of a development permit, the district policy and district plans have no impact on a decision to develop on a permitted use, nor does the community have any appeal rights with respect to that development for permitted use. So our position is that those items that are fundamental to the growth of the city must be placed in the zoning bylaw, not in a separate district plan, because those don't have to be followed if there's a permitted use applied for. Only by incorporating the district policies and district plan in the zoning bylaw itself, such as heritage protection must be a requirement in the zones that have been implemented under the zoning bylaw. These are serious issues which must be reviewed and resolved prior to the implementation of the district policy and district plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Walter Pavlik, joining remotely. Walter Pavlik.
Apologies, I was just having some challenges connecting there. Mayor Sohi and Council, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak this morning. I would like to speak about PGAs, priority growth areas. These are the nodes and corridors that are expected to experience more development in the upcoming years. There are 19 of them identified, and they include areas like White Avenue, Strathcona, Westmount, Grosvenor, Glenora, and Garneau. These are some of the city's most historic and significant neighborhoods. And what is a PGA? Well, it's not easy to find out about this information, but what a PGA is, a priority growth area that applies blanket RL and RM zoning, meaning that all that is able to be built in those areas are high-rise or medium-rise buildings. So what I want to talk about today is, where does this come from? And more importantly, what does it mean? So where does this PGA come from? Well, it seems to come from administration, who came up with the concept that these priority growth areas should only have tall buildings in them. And it comes from their data set. And their data set is based on a 2016 census and a 2019 economic data. So I just want that to resonate a little bit. We're talking about 8-year-old data that we're using to make these decisions. You wouldn't even buy a microwave or a dishwasher doing research with 8-year-old data. Yet the city plan, as it relates to PGAs, relies upon it. Now, what does it mean? Well, what it means is that you sacrifice all other infill or development within those PGAs to the RL and RM zoning. It also really, quite frankly, becomes a developer's dream. All this land within that area can be only used for that purpose. The land, therefore, otherwise becomes devalued to anybody else. One of the developers a couple days ago said the PGA levels the playing field. It doesn't level the playing field, it destroys the playing field. What happens here, because the city has also indicated they're prepared to work hand in hand to facilitate this, the city and developers are going to work together and essentially blockbusting throughout the city. And why is that? Because, as I said, any property within the PGA can only be used for RM or RL, high-rise or mid-rise development. So if you have a property in that area and you want to tear it down and build a new house, can't do it. If you have a lot and you want to build a single-family home in the neighborhood, you can't do it. If you want to build a triplex for an extended family on a lot, can't do it. Entire neighborhoods are going to be destroyed. This zoning casts a pall on the entire area. People are not going to be inclined to move there or to buy or to renovate. You know, even more concerning in relation to all of this is the secrecy by which all of this came about. We had senior city staff, Kim Petrin, former city manager, Andre Corbo, writing opinion letters or op-ed letters talking about, oh, look at this whole district plan's not going to make a difference. It's, you know, the quote is, picture the street you live on now. In the future, it will look largely the same, but there might be a new family in the row house next door. That's simply not true. When asked about the PGAs as part of the bylaw renewal, admin said it was not happening. There'd be no upzoning. That's simply not true. We also have a lack of consultation that's connected to the PGAs. If a citizen or a group wants to talk about this, the answer is no thanks, not interested. This falls under the category of advise in the city's process, which means that they're going to build off past feedback, which is interesting because how could there be past feedback on a concept that never existed? And the advise category on the spectrum of advising means the public has little ability to do anything. They're told what's happening. There's no input and there's no hearing. It's the lowest possible engagement on the spectrum of consultation. So why are property owners in these neighborhoods excluded from these important discussions? In addition, the PGA initiative fails to align with the Municipal Government Act, specifically Policy 2.1, that requires meaningful participation in the planning process by residents, landowners, community groups, etc. This whole PGA is far more significant than district plans. We need to pause before it destroys our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to David Percy, joining remotely.
Good morning, everyone. I was inspired to speak today by the supporting material provided by City Administration for these meetings concerning the Charter bylaw and district plans. Because City Administration suggests here that really particularly the densification portions of this are a natural consequence of the city plan. But this support results from a highly selective and very misleading reading of the city plan. The city plan properly emphasizes the need for densification, but not densification at all costs, and not densification that violates other and equally important objectives of the city plan. The city plan has a lot to say about heritage preservation. The Planning for People section begins with the resounding message, I want to preserve what matters most. The desired outcome of this value, according to the city plan, Edmonton protects and enhances its image and identity through heritage. What does the plan say about how the city will achieve this goal of heritage protection? It provides 3 steps. It says, we will promote Edmonton's history and identity by, quote, preserving and enhancing heritage. 2, we will encourage the identification and preservation of historic resources. 3, we will enhance and preserve them through the ongoing redevelopment process. Council's decision-making at the moment has to be guided by the city plan as a whole, not just highly selective portions of that plan. So how does the Charter bylaw and the district plan achieve the goals of enhancing and preserving heritage and historic resources? It does nothing to meet these goals. But along with the district plans, it guarantees their destruction with no means of even considering history and heritage in the redevelopment process. Surely this is completely contrary to the very express words of the city plan. Now, I live in Glenora, a neighborhood that the National Trust of Canada identifies as the best preserved and most threatened example of a Garden City movement in Canada. The Garden City movement flourished at the turn of the last century. City Council appeared to agree with this assessment. That's why it spent nearly $500,000 on a historical inventory of Glenora and an exploration of protecting that history and heritage through a DC zoning process. Even Dr. Sandeep Agrawal, one of the most major advocates of densification in the city, advocated to the city the densification principles of the new bylaw should exempt Glenora because of, quote, its unique and irreplaceable historical and architectural qualities. So that is why I oppose the bylaw and the associated district plans. They, in fact, guarantee the destruction of this irreplaceable and historic and heritage asset. You may say, well, that's hyperbole, but you will hear from others that when we get to the level of district plan, that 2/3 of the buildings identified by the city as of heritage importance are located in the areas of primary and secondary transportation corridors. So the prospects of them surviving are minimal, and this destruction of the streetscape, which is part of the Garden City, is guaranteed. Now, I do want to add that other cities have done this process so much better. Seattle, which has been the fastest growing of the 50 largest American cities since 2010, has managed to have 8 historic preservation districts while densifying at an enormous rate. Portland has 16. Portland's also a relatively very fast-growing city, and including one, incidentally, which is set aside solely because it is, quote, an outstanding example of the Garden City movement. So my objection to this is that the debate is being shaped by the notion that the city plan is in favor of densification, therefore we must encourage densification. It ignores the very specific statements in the city plan relating to heritage preservation in the redevelopment process. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Devin Beggs, joining remotely.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Devin Beggs. I'm the Director of Planning and Place for the Belgravia Community League, and I'm speaking today in opposition to Policy 2526 in the draft district policy. Our league echoes the concerns of the SDCC, and we support their call to remove it from the draft district policy. Vague language like additional height, adjacent, corner site, and open space are all subjective terms that can mean any number of things. Without clarity, there will be a large increase in requests for variances from developers who will try to convince council that adjacent to a park means 3 blocks away and that a road constitutes an open space. This will clog up administration and does not seem like an efficient way of streamlining the development process. Would it also not save developers money and get buildings built faster by developing within the specifications of the zoning that is already there, instead of spending time and resources lobbying City Hall? Moreover, allowing for this level of flexibility everywhere will actually take away from the concentrated density in nodes and corridors, which goes against the goals of the draft district policy. District plans should be about planning, not setting up a situation where developers can pick and choose where they want to build based on what will make them the most profit. I find it difficult to join city administration and council in their praise of private developers when a group like Westridge Pacific rents out their buildings at rates that are unaffordable. Since they set the rental prices, how will encouraging these developers to build more and bigger lower rents? This is very reminiscent of trickle-down economics, which is what many argue is the reason for most of the economic issues we face today, including unaffordable housing. One of the developers that spoke yesterday put it perfectly. Private development always needs to be profitable. That is why it is currently impossible for a private developer to build affordable housing, because affordable housing is not profitable. To say the issue is a matter of supply and demand shows a lack of critical thinking on the subject, and yet remains to be the central reasoning of development lobbying groups like Grow Together Edmonton and IDEA, and the refrain of many young people and students to whom they market their easy answers and quick fixes. Cities in partnership with communities should be building affordable housing, social housing, and supportive housing together, because housing should be a basic human right, and we cannot depend on private developers to build these by choice. A step you can take that would have immediate results would be banning Airbnbs and other short-term rentals in our city. That would bring over 5,000 housing units back onto the market essentially overnight. There was a chance to do this just a few weeks ago, and Council instead chose to request a report that isn't due until the third quarter of 2025. The reasoning behind this is not clear, and I would like to know why the philosophy of it's not perfect, but it's a living document, so pass it now and we can just adjust it down the road can apply to a policy like district plans, but not a policy concerning short-term rentals. Michael Jans was right when he said that the fact that Council still hasn't done anything about this issue completely undermines its housing strategy and its supposed goal of making housing more affordable and sustainable. Why not add to the district policy by adding a policy that banning Airbnbs in all new builds until you finally address this issue in 2025? Our housing system is broken. The city needs to be proactive in making sure that there is an adequate supply of affordable housing for all that need it. Simply setting up the conditions for that to happen and trusting that private developers will provide this is not realistic. Private developers need competition, and the city can provide that with a massive acceleration in affordable housing development. I do think communities need to be brought on board with this process, but I also believe that there would be an overwhelming support for affordable housing in every neighborhood if it was provided by the city and done so in a way that works for everyone. I will leave you with one question. Since upzoning a property increases its value, how does upzoning more properties bring down rent or housing prices? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. I understand that Christine Kowalchuk has joined us. So I'll go to Christine now, joining remotely.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. The Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition would like to express our concerns regarding the proposed district policy. We urge you to pause this policy and send it back to administration for amendments. ERVCC strongly supports a sustainable, affordable, livable city. Localized neighborhoods can help create such a city. However, we see many ways in which the district policy instead works against these goals. It ignores the good that has already accumulated in neighborhoods and misses the critical need, especially amidst the current crises, to work with rather than against nature. Instead, the district policy proposes many changes that disregard nature, and as a result, it leads to a homogeneous, dull, concrete city. This kind of city is not sustainable or affordable or livable. We have 4 main requests for changes to the district policy. Firstly, it is problematic that the district policy conflates natural areas, greenways, and developed parks into one section, rather than recognizing the great ecological importance of natural areas. We request, therefore, that natural areas be clearly distinguished from other open spaces on district plan maps and by the district policy. Secondly, while the River Valley ARP is not one of the district plans, the district policy should acknowledge that the River Valley is a regionally significant wildlife corridor, connecting the Rockies with Elk Island and the prairies beyond. Edmonton has a responsibility to protect this corridor, especially in this era of climate crisis and biodiversity loss. Furthermore, our entire city depends upon a healthy river valley. Currently, there's nothing in the district policy prioritizing and committing to the river valley's protection and restoration. Thirdly, we urge reconsideration of new allowable height setbacks and building surface areas of lots. Without a private tree protection bylaw, these changes incentivize loss of mature trees across our city. Mature trees offer innumerable benefits. They offer shade, including for walkers and cyclists, work as natural air conditioners, cooling the city while lowering energy demands and costs. They mitigate drought, flooding, and erosion. They support biodiversity, clean the air, and make our city healthy and beautiful. The city plan recognizes these benefits and states a goal of increasing the city's urban canopy from 13.9% to 20%. While this goal is already low, Ottawa, for example, has 25% urban canopy and is aiming for 40%. The district policy's new allowances without the context of a private tree protection bylaw means we have no chance of reaching it. The district policy states that the city will increase the urban canopy by planting trees in parks and along roadways. This is insufficient and will not make up for the current decrease in the city's tree canopy due to the loss of mature trees on private property. New allowable height setbacks in building areas also decrease sunlight on neighboring properties and decrease permeability. These problems directly conflict with the goal to support land use that improves access to nutritious food. Gardening is not an elite activity. It is the most basic way for people to be able to feed themselves. As farmer and writer Wendell Berry notes, not knowing where one's food comes from is a luxury of ignorance we can no longer afford. Density done well incorporates gardens into all new builds, including of multi-unit housing. And seek to preserve access to sunlight in open spaces is not the same as preserve access to sunlight. And this matters in residential areas too, not just open spaces. Furthermore, the new building height setbacks in building areas also incentivize demolishing and rebuilding, which ignores embodied carbon and is wasteful, meaning it is ultimately unaffordable, unsustainable, and hence unlivable. The district policy should instead incentivize reusing and repurposing, and infill development should be focused on existing parking lots and supported by an excellent, affordable bus system. Fourthly, we're concerned about the engagement for this district policy. The engagement and communication summary states that the city shared information about the project with a number of Indigenous and equity-seeking groups. But what input was sought and incorporated from these groups? It's not clear how the district policy aligns with the city's Indigenous framework, which states that the Indigenous community will be consulted on land use issues. The policy is furthermore long and written in abstract language that most Edmontonians, including those of us who closely follow planning issues, find difficult to understand. We believe that most Edmontonians are unaware of the changes proposed by the policy. We request a simpler, shorter version that is based on community input, not simply shared. We urge you to pause the district policy and send it back to administration to commit to the above 4 changes. These changes are needed in order to ensure our city's sustainability, affordability, and livability. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Maxine Kwan.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Just in case.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to be making a general comment on district planning. I'm a retired designer and an independent member of Alberta Seniors Task Force. And my primary concern with the City of Edmonton is that it lacks creative skills in designing its built environment. And the primary reason for this is that the City of Edmonton has been created by developers who are not trained in design, but in building. Developers are not trained or interested in designing for the people who will occupy or be influenced by their spaces. Their concern is building and making money. And evidence of this in Edmonton is everywhere. There's an inordinate, imbalanced proliferation of poorly designed spaces, many of them public. So what we need, and something the City of Edmonton might be in a position to push for, is a School of Architecture at the University of Alberta. This would feed new architects into Edmonton each year, and over time greatly multiply the city's base of creative talents. Currently, anyone in Edmonton who works with a master's degree in architecture has been educated elsewhere. This has to change if Edmonton ever expects to create a vibrant city. And I have often found it difficult to believe that Edmonton has processed billions and billions of dollars in oil when very little of it has gone back into the city to create meaningful places to live. And as a renowned urban planner speaking at Edmonton once noted, you can have all the money in the world, you still have to know how to design. So I can't emphasize enough, this is a major problem for the City of Edmonton. And a concrete way of overcoming this is through a School of Architecture at the University of Alberta. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to, oh no, they weren't here, Shauna. Next, we'll go to Conrad Nobert. Shauna's? Oh, they were here. That's your. Okay. Sorry, Bart. I don't know why I did not notice. Please go ahead. My apologies.
Mayor Soshi and City Councilors, I thank you for allowing me to speak today. I come to you with questions and concerns in regards to your proposed new 15 districts. My main concern today is for my disabled brother and aging parents and how this project could potentially affect them. I am also concerned for the other vulnerable people in the city as to how it may adversely affect by these, or that may be adversely affected by these proposed changes. I do hope you will consider these concerns when it comes to making your decision for all the people that may not have the means to be safe in the model you are proposing, be they due to disability or financial limitations. As LRT stations, transit systems, and stops have been very unsafe in the city of Edmonton in the last few years and seem to only be getting worse, coupled with a great increase in homelessness and public intoxication that seems to be very prevalent in the city these days, it causes me to worry about their safety and well-being, and that for others that may be deemed vulnerable in society. That, along with the walking distance to transit stops and potentially their shopping needs, especially in the winter, as fluctuating as it can be. It may not seem like a big deal to an able-bodied person, but to somebody with the mildest disabilities, it can become a big challenge and a great hardship. Not all disabled people are visibly disabled, and some of these disabilities could potentially keep some individuals warehoused, as Councillor Michael Jensen referred to not so eloquently yesterday. This is very unfair to people that are in these situations and definitely not an acceptable quality of life. For a city that prides itself in inclusion and embracing diversity, I do hope that these people's lifestyle and mental health will be a consideration in your plans. They too deserve nothing less. How is this project going to look for the citizens working outside their districts, who may not have the time to travel to and from the workplace due to limited child care times? How will this affect their families with multiple children and activities in other districts that may be dealing with carrying equipment or having activities in more than one location, not conducive to transit and its schedules? Ubers can get costly, and if you are projecting 2 million people, how accessible and readily available will they be? Then there are small to medium-sized businesses in these districts in a climate that's already tough. How profitable and sustainable will this be with them, or be to them with potentially lower flow of traffic and accessibility? How will this council address all the potential needs in one district? And if it cannot be addressed, how will those people be able to access other districts, especially if they are not able-bodied or financially able to commute to them due to income or disadvantageous circumstances? What about the millions of people living in rural areas or cities that come to Edmonton to access the city's culture and shopping or professional services that they cannot get in their own areas? In closing, should you decide to move forward with this plan, how do you plan to enforce it to achieve your goal? How will you incentivize people to go along with your plan to make this project a success? Do you have plans for the citizens that may not be able to afford the follow-through? And if so, what are those plans to ensure that they have a vibrant quality of life? When does this council project for this to be in place? And when do you forecast the city reach the 2 million mark you are projecting the growth to be? Where will they come from? What plans do you have to sustain them should their needs be more diverse than we currently experience? Where will the money come from to see this project through to completion or to maintain it, if not from the taxpayers? If not from the taxpayers, then who might the funds be coming from? And what accountabilities will you need to adhere to for these funds? Should a project of this magnitude not go to a referendum that the people in the city could completely weigh in on, considering that this could greatly impact their lives? Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak and for my concerns to be heard. I bid you a good day.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are at 12 p.m. and we're going to take the break at this time, and we will be back at 1:30, and we will start with Speaker Conrad Novert. Okay, until then, we are on recess. And do a roll